static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry but it's too late. You never
Alrighty, it had... Great start, Evan. I'm going to restart that. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. What's going on? Welcome to the show, where today I'm joining myself with RaceRoom and iRacing. Primarily RaceRoom, because now I like a good amount of iRacing. However, as I've said many times on here, and I'm kind of beating a dead horse when I say this, the tire model sucks. That's just the short, easy to talk about, end of statement. Tires suck. RaceRoom, on the other hand, feels fantastic. And I feel like they are almost designed kind of the same. I assume RaceRoom sort of copied their model, except that the game is completely free to play and there's no subscription whatsoever, so that's good. And all the content inside it, even though it's like iRacing, where you buy per car and per track, it's a lot cheaper. Oh, and did I mention it's fun? Like, a lot of fun. So how I'm going to start this off is I'm probably going to do some solo lapping, stuff like that, with the with RaceRoom. And I might even do some AI stuff. And then I'll switch over to iRacing and do the exact same thing. We'll compare sort of like the physics and the general driving of it. I do think that the adaptive AI in iRacing is a lot better. I think the AI in RaceRoom is okay. It's doable, you know. Have a good one, Slowest Garage, and good New Year as well, sir. But I don't think the AI in RaceRoom, by any stretch of the imagination, makes it hurt the overall experience, because the driving is just so superior, in my opinion. So let's jump into the game. Who in chat has ever... Who's ever played RaceRoom in chat? I was messing around with FOV and stuff like that. I think 75 FOV is what I like in this particular one. I find that none of them are really ever the same entirely. Let's jump into the Z06. I do like this car. All right, so let's go Z06 because it sounds phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Let's go DeWalt since they're not Milwaukee, but they're good enough. Let's go. Let's warm up at the Glen. Full course, of course. How many people did I put on track? I forgot. I think it was only 9. Yeah. I'm going to back that off and I'm going to add a bunch. I want a lot of people on track. Let's max that out. 42 people. Is that enough? I want adaptive AI because I want to compare them with adaptive AI. I will say it does take a while to load up, just like iRacing. I think it has a lot to do with loading the players or the AI. Since I went from 9 to 42, this might take a bit more time. So right now I'm battling between AMS2 and RaceRoom as to which is my favorite overall sim. It's still, I would say, AMS2 because of the variety and the ease to play the game. The downside is none of these are on console. So PMR needs to survive, in my opinion, for the whole crossplay experience. Because that was a big problem I was having with my buddy this weekend, is that, you know, his girl sim races, he sim races, and I sim race. And they have one PC and 2 PS5s. I have a PS5 and a PC, but outside of Gran Turismo and ACC on PS5, there's nothing we can play all together at the exact same time. Someone has to be the odd man out. All right. Let's listen to this sound, by the way. I'm also going to get rid of the banner up top. And I do like how they make the banner be the thing that gives you all of the information rather than a bunch of clustered stuff on the screen. You can change it all around, but for the sake of cleanliness, I'm just going to remove it. Let's see. Not controls. Gameplay and HUD. There we go. Position bar. Off. There we go. Listen to the sound of this thing. Also, I meant to I want to pull over because I want it to be in the back of the pack. I forgot to set that. That's on me. Look at all the cars. Holy moly. You going to Florida, slowest garage? This game just drives so damn good. That was bad driving is what that was. I know, Fogbound, I know. It is what it is. The overall sim racing or racing world in general from a viewership standpoint, it's Gran Turismo, LMU, and iRacing. Even though ACC has a bigger player count than LMU right now, no one's watching it. And this one's comparable to AMS2, and it sucks that my two favorite ones right now aren't popular. It is what it is. That's the game we play. And I've tried LMU. I've tried my hardest to get into it. I have no real complaints about the game other than I just am bored. I don't like endurance racing. I'm a sprint racer. That's how I've always been. I want short, fast, aggressive racing, not long, tactical, you know, pitting. I'm just not an endurance racer of any kind. But believe it or not, though, and now I know it's because of PMR is sort of how I threw myself into the sim racing YouTubing space, but right now my biggest viewership is still by far PMR. So, like, I've been over 100 viewers several times, but only with PMR. And even though my channel says 25,000 blah 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 subscribers, about 500 of them, maybe 600 of them, are people who have subscribed from sim racing. So it's still a very small channel from a sim racing standpoint. I mean, it's a small channel in general, but the niche of sim racing, like a 100,000 subscriber channel, is a relatively large YouTube channel when it comes to sim racing. So my 25,000 would be respectable if it was all sim racing, but it's not. My average viewership is, I'd say 15 to 30 when I'm jumping around. PMR always bumps it up higher, at least double. But PMR is just not in a state that I want to play it. It is what it is. I think it'll get there. I'm not going to sit around and do what everybody else is doing and punish themselves and deal with the problems when I'm on computer and I have all these sims that I can play that are currently better. Console players, I get it. They don't have a whole lot of choice and they're just exhausted by Gran Turismo. But here we are. I'm chilling on PC. Let's hope iRacing changes their tire model a little bit in 2026 like they say they're gonna. Because that might make iRacing a fun sim again. But how do you compete with cars like this that drive like this and sound like this? Okay. I don't know why you're slowing down so aggressively, buddy. Is that beep sound downshift protection? Not letting me downshift? Is that what that is? Let's find out right now. Yeah, it is. It is exactly what it is. God, that just drives so damn good. Although there needs to be, like, right here, I will say this, like a little quality of life increase is finish and quit. They do the exact same thing. If I click quit, it brings me to the main menu. If I click finish, it brings me to the main menu. But that's fine. Also, I have to figure out, I did Fogbound. I did make a, for my laptop, will host it. I did set up a server. What I don't know, I got to figure out today at some point, because I'm contemplating hosting some servers tonight, either in RaceRoom or AMS2. But I think it's going to be this, but I don't know. I kind of want to do what the mob does in this case, because I'm down to play either. They're my favorites at the moment. But I'm trying to figure out the rotation of tracks. I have 5 tracks listed, and it should rotate. And when the race ends in the first race, and you click finish, you just get booted back to the main menu again. So I don't quite know how to adjust that. I'll figure it out, but let's see. As you can see, I've been buying some stuff. These are the only tracks I have left to buy. Let's try the old Nordschleife. Why not? Let's have some fun. Let's see if I can pass them all. Have I tried Super Touring yet? I've dabbled around a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and say no. Not enough to be able to give any level of review on it. I've mostly spent my time, honestly, in the GT1 Ford GT. That's been like my favorite car. This C6 Z06 GT3 car, though, on the other hand, this is my kind of GT3 car. And it's objectively not the best, but the C6 Z06 in real life is my absolute favorite Corvette that's ever existed. So the C7, the ZR1 in this, they all lack the thing that the C6 Z06 has, and that is big engine, higher revving big engine, just bad-ass naturally aspirated horsepower. And I'm a big naturally aspirated fan, so. On the other side of things, I do like the Ferrari 296. At the moment, I have a Forced ABS and Forced TC on, just to kind of get the hang of everything, but I have dabbled around a little bit with it in a more authentic state. I'm in a GT3 car right now, so it's technically its authentic state, but I don't have stability control on. I don't even know what stability control would do other than just make it autopilot, because these cars are wildly stable and controllable with stability control off. So I have stability control on in iRacing, and I can't control the cars because of the tires. It's weird. They're relatively easy to drive when the tires are warm in iRacing, but cold, they drive terribly, and they take so long to get warm that it's just like it feels aggressively punishing for the sake of just punishment, and I don't like that. I might just make sure my FOV has stayed the same. I think it is defaults to all cars. Yeah, 75. That's how I have it. I'll try the 95 DTM next. One thing about this Vet, it needs more front downforce. And I don't think you can give it to it. Oh, sorry, Bentley. Also, I like that the GT3 class in this game has a very wide range of cars. Like this, the general GT3 class. I mean, I'm in a C6 Z06. They got a 4GT in this class, as well as all the new cars. Rubbin's racing. Yeah, I have a bunch of the GT3 DTMs. In fact, I have more of those than the regular GT3s. Just because they're in packs, and I bought a lot of the packs because they're all discounted, obviously. Ah! This car, you can't... one thing about the C6Z, it is not the best handling car. It feels like you have a very distinct disadvantage over a lot of the other GT3s. It just understeers so bad. It's fun to drive, though. And that's kind of like, see right there, like it's pushing out of the at 60 miles an hour, it was pushing out of the carousel pretty easily. Whereas a lot of the other cars, I actually am turning in a bit too aggressive. All right, I'm gonna... This car is, unfortunately, as much as I do like this car, it's really not good for the Nordschleife. Like every car I feel like I'm racing with there, it handles better. All right, so let's go with the Mercedes. What's a good, what's a good track for, the DTM 95 stuff? I will say I like the hill climbs a lot. They're a lot of fun. Try Solder. Try Zolder first. Jump around here a little bit. Did I get into setup work? What do you mean by that, Captain? Not really. I've been running, even my server is set up as fixed setups, just to kind of simplify things a little bit. Alright, so I can get softs in this. This is nice. Alright, let's try out this car. I drove this car once on the hill climb when I test drove it, and I liked it. Also, something I really like about this game that I've not seen in any other ones is the ability to put shifting force feedback in the wheel. I have that in my butt kickers and stuff, but it's really cool in the wheel. It's a nice little detail of force feedback that I really like. I feel like these cars sound good downshifting. Oh, shit. Bad timing to change the view. These cars are fun, I'll say that. Nope. It's not that it's more difficult. It just levels the playing field for casuals. Same way I did one race last night to test out the server. And I had to turn on stopping false starts. Even though I left it up to the people. And they false started and got DQ'd immediately. I would normally not run that because, you know, I like the ability to make a mistake at the start, but at the same time, I also want to race. So, I'm open to changing things. Nothing's permanent, but the biggest reason I want to host my own lobbies is so that I can make the rules a bit more casual and not so, like, strict and realistic. There's 100 lobbies in other sims where everybody's following every single tightly knit rule and based off realism and stuff, and it does take a lot of the fun out of it by, like, overcomplicating things, you know? Now, I'm not trying to make it like an arcadey experience, but I'm trying to make it just a little bit more casual for the sake of fun. The only thing I notice these cars don't do very well is stop. Plus, I kind of want to build a little bit of an audience for the open lobbies for this game. Oh! And I find that less rules. I'll still use like track limit rules and stuff like that so you can't cheat. But, you know, I find making the game a bit more welcoming will grow people's interest in wanting to play it a little bit more. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, the brakes in these cars are not the greatest. I gotta learn the braking zones for this car, that's for sure. Case in point. Game looks great, too. That's the crazy part. Oh, man. Yeah, we had one guy last night that was pretty fast. I only had 3 people in the lobby, but he was consistently faster than me and the other guy. He spun out the most though, so I ended up still winning because he kept crashing, but he was clearly pushing a lot harder than I was. Yeah, they're definitely my top 2 right now. Is RaceRoom and AMS2, without a doubt. Spam text messages offering me job positions in physical training. Why? I've never done that in my entire life. These cars are fun. They're reckless, but they are fun. Let's see. Let's compare Hypercar before I jump over. Now, I only have... This game doesn't have a whole lot of Hypercars, and the only Hypercar I have in iRacing is the Cadillac. We'll do Daytona because I got it. The only thing is I have to keep everything relative to this in iRacing for comparison's sakes. So, for example, I don't have Road America in iRacing. It's not one of my favorite tracks, and at $15 a pop, you know, spending money on things that I don't care. You know, this I think it comes with it with the Christmas sale, but. Oh, yeah. Speaking of hyper. Authenticity, boys. Authenticity. Can anybody link me a video either in the Discord or the chat to what Seal HUD looks like? I'm just gonna let y'all go. Now, I never played this before the most recent graphics update, but this game looks damn good. Oh. It gets slightly less frames than AMS2, but AMS2 also gets an insane amount of frames, so... Yeah, I think, what did I say there was? It's like 32 or 42 right now. Most I've seen is 42. I don't know what I have right now, but... Well, thank you for Seal HUD, even though I have no idea what it looks like. Whoa, 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 whoa! We lost it. Interesting. I think I like the BMW a little bit better than this Porsche. This is my first time driving it. I don't know. I got good vibes for 2026 in sim racing. Racing in general. But like, I feel like a lot of games are making comebacks. There's a lot of competition in the racing space. Now, YouTubers tend to promote the same specific games over and over. Which, in my opinion, that's actually... Yeah, this car is very, like, it just keeps the ass... Once the ass comes out, it kind of stays out. But... What was I going to say? I think that helps a lot of the smaller content creators out to stick to games that, like there's a lot of small content creators, like really, really small content creators that are doing really good with things like Project Motor Racing because the big name streamers are doing nothing but talking shit about it. Let's try this again with the BMW. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I saw the C7. I did test drive it. I like the C6, man. Even though it doesn't, it objectively drives a bit too understeery to perform in the GT3 pack. It's still just a fun car. And honestly, I don't necessarily need more frames right now. Like, I don't need it to use Vulkan, really. This plays great. I get over 200 frames at complete max settings. Diego, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. You almost got to give, like, when you put a shit ton of people on the grid, you almost have to give them, like, a little bit of space in the beginning. Like that, for example. I had no... Look at this. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Y'all are too slow. Alright, you've made it clear you want setups to be open, so I'll change that from fixed setups. You've made it clear. Damn right I'm the man. You're goddamn right. Cue the Walter White meme. Thought I was gonna clear him. Alright, note to self. Don't fill the grid with a bunch of idiot AIs. They just don't know how to keep up with themselves. Yeah, this car drives a lot better than the Porsche. At least to my style, anyway. My style's a bit more reckless. Or I should say, more aggressive, not reckless. It looks reckless because I'm crashing into them like crazy, but I blame them more than I blame me. They hit the brakes way too soon. Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. In the real world, or in my job, I should say, all I do is focus on setting up motorcycles. So when it comes to, like, stuff like this, I just want to get in it and race. Give me the best grip, and let me do my thing. Even though my thing is not very good. Yeah, this car, for me anyway, out of the box, is noticeably better driving than the Porsche. Oh! As I smash a wall. I do hope this game continues to get more content. Is there any word on when they're going to add Spa back? Because not having Spa is a strange one. I know they've had it, but it's currently not listed in the store. I can make a lobby with Spa, but I don't even know if I make a lobby. Can I join the lobby without having the track? Is that a thing or no? Oh, no! Oh! Alright, gotta do it all over again. One thing about the adaptive AI, it's definitely better in iRacing. They adapt a lot quicker on the fly, whereas in this, you have to do like multiple races and sessions in a row to get the AI to sort of scale to you. Like, they're just way too slow right now. Like, get out of the way. Can you do the C6? Any of the GT3 C6s? Yeah, honestly, that's what I normally do if I want the AI to be good. I just set them to max. They're a little too fast for my skill set, but it's at least, they're not in my way. The adaptive AI just does not adapt well on the fly. Oh, I did it again! If you have to rely on a subscription service to compare, then you can't compare iRacing to anything, unfortunately. I think this is the closest thing to the same business model as iRacing. And there's more people playing iRacing, so as far as I'm concerned, if there are people that are playing iRacing that are tired of paying a subscription model, but would like a comparable like game, I feel like this is the closest thing to iRacing from just the core game itself. I mean, what other game do you buy individual cars and tracks? LMU is nothing like either of these. LMU is its own thing. ACC is its own thing. PMR and AMS2 are very comparable. Yeah, and that's a nice feature, is being able to test drive every car. I still think AMS2 is my favorite overall sim. I just like the driving experience better in this by quite a bit. This is my favorite driving experience so far, without a doubt, is RaceRoom. Speaking of, let's jump over to iRacing and torture ourselves. Let's see. So you can create a lobby using all the tracks and cars available, but only that's kind of what I figured, because my I have another Steam account that I use to create the servers, and I want Spa, you know. They don't have it, not anymore anyway. All right. Let's see. AI single player. Oh, that's right. I forgot. It's been a minute. Oh, I want single race. Race only, 5 laps. Pick my car. Close. I want my hypercar. Yeah, this had spa in it. It's not in it right now. But it's still listed when you go to make a server. Want as much grip as possible. No wind, clear. Track moisture, none. No limit on incidents. Disable car damage. Because I'll be repairing my car 57 times. All right, track conditions. Yeah, leave debris. That's fine. AI opponents. Let's compare it again. We'll go 40. We want adaptive AI for this because their adaptive AI is pretty solid. Leave it on low for now, since I feel like that's more comparable. Grid position, I want to be in last. All right, here we go. iRacing. I don't think any sim has every single racetrack, but I do think that there is a select like 5 or 6 tracks that every sim should have mandatorily. Daytona Road Course, Spa, Nordschleife, or all variants of the Nürburgring. What's the Le Mans? Jesus. Monza's a popular one that I think should be in there. You know, and kind of fill in the blanks, spread it out further out than that. But I think the most popular tracks should always be in every sim by default. Also, folks, if you don't mind liking the stream, help me out. Push the stream to other people's feeds because YouTube is designed to punish you by default. If so, that would be awesome. All right, it's been a minute. I'm just jumping right in. I already know. I want to max out my TC. I don't know what is the... I already, it's been a minute. Trying to remember what my black box binding is. Alright, there's TC. So TC is on max. Got it. Already, barely touching the throttle. This is what I'm talking about. TC is maxed out. You shouldn't be able to blow through your TC like that. And we're not even talking about good or bad tires right now. Look at this. Well, there's just nothing. The slightest input. It's like the tire model is bad, but the functionality of all the assistance also doesn't work. There's a lot of good in iRacing, but there's a lot more bad, in my opinion. AMS2 is... It is my beacon of shining light. I love that game. If the cars drove like they did in RaceRoom, in my opinion, it would be the perfect sim. It doesn't... Well, let me add. It also needs a much better competitive side. Like a ranked system. It's very flat in that area. But as a casual... variety-driven game. Oh my god, how do you beat that game?
Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
That's right, I can't turn off the... I hate how you can't do anything in iRacing while you're in an actual race. Even if it's single player. Like right now, I want to turn off the line. But I have to quit to do that. Oh, saved! I thought I was done, and I got saved by the AI. Look at that. See, that's the AI adapting right there. Punting me back to my line. Haha! I was about to throw in the towel right there. I'm like, oh, we've lost it. My problem with iRacing is they make you focus too much on your tires and not enough on racing. And that's just... if the entire time the game is telling me I can't push, then it's like your goal is to just maintain position. That's the only goal. And as far as I'm concerned, that's not racing. Maybe that's modern racing, maybe. But, I don't know. Racing I grew up with. You know, the Dale Earnhardts. Aggression. I don't know when career mode's gonna show up for AMS2. Hopefully it's not half-baked. Kind of like, I mean, not to dog PMR again, because I do want PMR to be good. But I think their career mode is unappealing to me. So let's hope that AMS, on release, their career mode is better, you know? Gotta be so gentle. You just cannot trust the rear end of any car in iRacing. Like, I've never driven one of these cars, but from my understanding, they have an immense amount of grip, front and rear. And in iRacing, it's 90-degree ambient temps right now, which means the road is way hotter than that. My tires are way hotter than that, and yet I feel like at any given moment, I'm going to spin out on ice.
Still there, hold your line. You're in the middle, play hard. Clear.
Supposedly, though, their first tire model update is coming to the GTP tires, so these cars will get the first essential tire upgrade, so I will absolutely be exploring the hell out of that, because I do want iRacing. I want them all to... I'm in the corner of every sim. I'm not against any of them. But just do better. You know? The space is so competitive right now that there's no reason to half-ass anything.
Clear on the right. Just stick fast, left and steady.
Whoa, where am I going here?
Right side. Keep to the left. Clear. Right side. Stay on the left. Clear.
This AI actually feels pretty easy, too, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I have gotten better at iRacing since originally setting the adaptive AI. But, they don't really feel like they're any better.
Left side. Clear.
It's going high! Oh, not gonna make it. Oh, it's the last... Yeah, it's the end of the session, so I thought.
All right, then checkered flag.
So, like,
Nice run. Forward play.
that wasn't terrible. But I have TC on max, and the whole time I'm fighting the tires, even when they get warm. And how hot do I have to get the tires? Because, mind you, this is ideal conditions for warm tires. I set the temperature to max. I sent 0 moisture on the track. Very interesting to me that like stumbled my computer. I don't know if everybody saw it. There was some severe slowdown right there with what's my that when I crashed and hit them. I don't know what you mean by the half-second delay. That might be a setting you have to change or something, but I personally feel like with the steering sensitivity on max and turning off the feature where it like changes your steering is sharp just like in any other sim. I don't know if you have like an input lag issue or what, but It's honestly, I don't notice anything different with the steering personally. Let's do one more race. And then I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to get back on RaceRoom. It's just more fun. So I think that this car drives fantastic in iRacing, minus the tires, of course. The Ferrari 296 GT3 in this, great driving car. We're going to get off of Daytona, though. And we're going to do this on the Nordschleife. Because I want to torture myself. Conditions don't get any better for traction than that right there. 90 degrees, only sunlight, no moisture. Yeah, what I'm saying, though, is I fixed that by in the settings. The steering in the game is now very sharp and responsive. Because that was my complaint when I was first messing around with RaceRoom yesterday, or whenever it was that I wasn't a fan of the way the cars were steering, but because I was streaming and I was sitting there trying to get the game to work, I was dabbling around with the steering settings, and the biggest one is the one where it changes your ratio while you're accelerating. I've never seen an adaptive steering rack in any car in the history of the world where your steering ratio changes with speed. Failed tech inspection. Let me guess, my car's too low, right? Oh, who knew? This is like iRacing, in my opinion, just doing too much. Don't force me to change my suspension. Just punish me on the track. How friggin' high do I gotta go? Finally. I can't raise it anymore. Ah, that's how. That makes sense. Anyway.
one, screw this. Green, green, green. 5 laps to go.
TCM Max again. Trust these tires so very little. Jesus Christ. Good old iRacing. iRacing is also objectively the worst looking game. My God. It really is the worst at just about everything. But it is the most recognized in the world of motorsports, which is that by itself makes it the industry leader. Unpopular opinion, I think if PMR gets the attention it deserves, I think it'll be the best looking game. The graphics at their core are absolutely the best. However, it's covered under a Picasso of bullshit. Between the graphical bugs, the overall filters, everything about it. The shader issues. If you drive slow in Project Motor Racing around the track, there is so much detail on everything. The second you get moving, it becomes a shit show. By no means do I think AMS2 looks bad. I think AMX2 looks great. But I personally, if I were to put the #1 best looking sim right now, mind you, I'm comparing this on the exact same hardware. So everything's 4K, everything's on the same, everything's max settings. Forza Motorsport is the best visual looking game. It just, unfortunately, is not a fun game. But visually, Forza on PC with the absolute max settings looks incredible. Absolutely incredible. But unfortunately, kind of ends there. By the way, we're doing this race next in RaceRoom. Let's lower TC for the LOL since I'm nowhere near the crowd anymore. Of course. Of course. God forbid 50 miles an hour going into the carousel's way too fast in this. Forza... What makes Forza so bad right now is... It's not bad. The hell? It's fine on controller. It's not developed well on a wheel. The soundstage is terrible, which hurts me personally. I don't know how other people feel about soundstage, but sound is a big part of Racing Simulator for me. And the problem is that Forza did what they said they were going to do with the sound, and it's realistic. It's the most realistic sound. But the problem is realism is ugly. Realism does not sound good. It's just a bunch of noise. And that's what Forza is. It hurts your ears. The AI in Forza is just the worst. The worst. The game plays good now, but between the terrible AI, the terrible sound, the awful feeling on wheel, like I first thought I was going to have a lot of fun on Forza because I played it on controller first. I'm like, oh wow, this game play, because it does, it plays awesome on controller. If you're a controller player, Forza feels great. You get on wheel and it's disgustingly bad. And honestly feels like Forza Horizon, which is not good. But Forza Horizon's an arcade game, so it's like okay, who cares? All right, let's turn TC off and just see what happens. I have to agree with you, Skeet. They're my two favorites so far. I think if AMS2 had RaceRoom's driving physics, AMS2 would be the king of the ring. Maybe not in popularity. I don't think either of them are ever going to be the most popular. But I don't... Sim racing by itself is a niche in its own, so popularity is not what I go by. Wow. I don't know. Oh, packet loss? Interesting. Getting packet loss on my own lobby. Thank you, iRacing. I'm surprised I didn't crash in the grass right there. I guess TC isn't fully off. Trying to... It's definitely a niche. In the grand scope of all video game playing, sim racing is absolutely a niche. Yes, it's bigger than it's ever been, but like... Forza Horizon's player base alone is bigger than every other sim combined. And Forza Horizon is majority played on a controller. And is also not considered a sim racer. It's just a arcadey racing game. God, I can't look behind me because it's iRacing.
Keep to the right. Clear.
All right. We don't have to agree, that's fine. But in the grand scheme of video games, there's a reason why you don't even see NVIDIA drivers that come out for any kind of racing game. Because they're not even on the radar. F125 is the closest thing I've seen, that and Forza Horizon, to racing that actually is mainstream. Everything else is borderline indie developer. Well, you have to use numbers when you're talking about if it's a niche or not, because that's literally what niche is. Low numbers. iRacing gonna iRace. Alright, I'm going back over to RaceRoom. For now. Be right back. All right, let's see. Single player, single event. Let's pretend we're our boy Max here. All right, so let's do Nordschleife again. We're gonna do one lap, just because I don't want to spend too much time on that. 31 opponents. Start in the back of the pack. I'll try Macau next. I don't know Macau at all, though, so don't expect any good level of driving. All right. Let's see what we can change on this. So, I don't know if this car needs more rear downforce, but we're going to give it all. Front downforce is where I want to be able to give these cars more, but they're all fixed. And obviously I can't change the tires, which I could. One thing I don't understand about this is why I'm stuck on hard tires. I feel like that's a strange thing to not have on the GT3 stuff is tire changing. But, hey, it's fine. If everybody's got the same tires, then everybody's got the same car. Graphics already, I'm like feeling better about myself after being in iRacing. How do you play iRacing over this? How? How? The graphics is definitely striking. And these graphics aren't even modern by, like, graphic standards. They're just really good for a sim. But iRacing is so far behind. I really don't know what the developers do at iRacing. Because the game's been out for 17 years. 17 years! 18 now. And every other sim is actively updated. This one's not far behind 2013. Whatever. You do what you gotta do sometimes. Collecting money. They are absolutely collecting money, that's for damn sure. They've got more. I spend more money on iRacing than anything else, and I have a fraction of the content that every other one has. Just having driven iRacing, it's slowing me down so much right now. Because I'm driving so cautiously, and I shouldn't be. Skeeter, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. I'll read your message in a second. Actually, wait, this is single player. I can just pause it. The elephant in the room is that AMS2 has dropped some killer content in the last 3 months. The LMP1 2005 was Test Drive Le Mans and Dreamcast for me. The Even NASCAR. I drove NASCAR the other day. Nobody gave a shit. No one wanted to watch it because I'm not known for NASCAR content. So it was like, oh, why is he doing this? But even that was fun. This guy's on my ass. Hell, look at that. I turned in too much. Did you see that right off the rip? That same turn threw me out of the carousel in iRacing. And right there, I turned in too much. Fucking iRacing, man. If you play iRacing, it will slow you down in every other sim. AI just keeps on trying to follow my line. Chasing that draft. Oh, that's so refreshing. What I run for a time? 7:12 on a standing start. I saw that, Andrew. Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't know that, Fogbound. I don't know much about, honestly, I guarantee you, if you guys have been playing RaceRoom for a while, you know far more than I've ever known about this sim. This is completely new to me, this RaceRoom. Kind of wish I didn't get iRacing. I only got it because I said I would try it when I got my PC. I wish I would have put the money elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I don't regret having it. I'm glad I have it. But there's no denying that it has a lot of shortcomings and it is financially ridiculous. Let's try out your Macau. Lower the grid to a practical number. Yeah, I'll be doing open lobbies tonight, either in this or in AMS2. Undecided what I want to do yet, because I did just tell a bunch of people to get AMS2 that didn't have it, and they picked it up. So I want to be like, all right, you got it now. All right, but go buy this game now, you know? But I'm on the fence. Either one is fine with me, honestly. Maybe I'll do both. I don't know. But it's Friday night. I'm going to be gaming all hours of the night, starting at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I really wish this car needs softs. I can feel it understeer, but nothing you can do about it. You know what? Let's go back. I feel like this car has too much understeer, so I don't need more in the rear. I actually kind of need it to drive oversteer a little bit more. I don't have mine set at 540. Mine's at 360. I'll show you my settings. This was the two jarring settings for me that fixed steering for me. Right here. Speed sensitive steering. Zero this thing out. This is stupid. This is just like a dynamic steering rack. And I would just never want that, ever. I want my steering to be the same no matter what. Always, at all speeds. So turn that off. Set that to 0%. And then steering sensitivity, I have it at 100%. This makes it more one-to-one, but this makes it snappier. I prefer to turn my wheel less and have more response. That's just me. Like, this would one-to-one my wheel. With the visuals. This makes it steer the car more visually than it does actual. Like, I'll show you. What's happening here? I like broke it. So this, you're going to see the actual visual wheel turn more than I'm turning. Now, if I set that to 50%, the sensitivity, it will... I'm going to give it a shot, and I'm going to leave it there for this race for the sake of maybe I'll like it better with a little bit of seat time. But controls... Steering sensitivity, 50%. Now this is going to one-to-one the visuals with the actual... wheelbase itself. Yeah, we're one-to-one right now. Don't know this track, like I said. I have no idea where I'm going, so I should probably turn the line on for this track, but I don't care. Actually, no, wait. I don't think mine's set at 360. I think it's set at 900. God, I do not know where the hell I am going right now. This is painful to watch. You said the hairpin turn. So far, this track is... That is not the track. Oh, that's a good time. Excuse me. Oh. Went through the same pain? Yeah, that's rough. I'm gonna turn that back though. I like my steering sensitivity at maxed. Yeah, I know, but this, well, I will say, let me return a garage quick. Restart. It doesn't actually let me. I was told that last night when I was trying it, but... We'll start this over. Mine doesn't let me change it. Oh, Jesus. This must be the hairpin. Since they all stopped. Yeah, that's just silly. I need an e-brake for that. Or a round wheel. I'll be honest with you. I just wouldn't drive this track. Unless I had like a go-kart. Alright, what assist would we call that? Because the only forced assists I have right now is ABS and TC. But those don't affect that. So Lab Pong or LP, what preset would you say would be doing that? Doesn't let me. If that's where I'm supposed to change it, there's no control over it. I'll try it after this race. It's a Simagic Alpha EVO Pro. Did it again. Even with the line, I did it. I have it at 900 in SimPro. Doesn't seem like there's just enough steering angle no matter what. Steering rack, I don't know if it would have any effect on that because even turning the wheel to max, you can't make that turn. Well, I mean, I wouldn't let me be the proof that it's impossible. I know nothing about this track, so I am not exactly the poster child for skill set when it comes to racing at this track, for sure. Like, I'm braking there, even with the line telling me I don't need to. Alright, I need a Macau brake. My brain's not in like a, Yeah, I know, Andrew, we've been trying to do that. It doesn't let me. Try a different car, maybe. Let's get in my handy-dandy favorite. Let's go to... Yeah, let's hit up some Zolder. Alright, I'll make sure you're both are looking here, because it wasn't working anytime I've tried it so far. Alright, car setup. Steering angle. This one, it's 540, this car. I can't change it. There's nothing I can do. I can change the steering lock, but that's not the actual angle. Is there a keybind for steering angle? Both of those things are already done, sir. I don't run wheel speed rotation in anyone because I hate that personal setting, but I'll show you. Wheel speed rotation 0, 900 degree angle. And I already disabled the in-game driver animations. There you go. That's how I've been playing it. And I have steering sensitivity at 100%. And then I have this stupid setting, speed-sensitive steering, which should just not exist in my opinion. 0. I was just trying it with the, what do you call it? With the Ferrari 296 I was just on Macau with. That was a GT3 car. Is lobby set up on default setups? That I don't know. Let me check. It's a good call, Fogbound. I wasn't thinking about that. Alright, single event. Whereabouts here would I set fixed setups or not? I know I can in the lobbies. When I make the lobbies. But I don't see anywhere on here. Here, I'll try a regular GT3 car. We'll go with a Z06. Get in my DeWalt. Side note, how is rank play in this? By comparison to all the other ones. How is rank play? I can't stand LMU's rank play. But mostly because I can't stand LMU's racing. Like, the endurance stuff. I just don't like endurance. Rank is fun. If you had to compare it to iRacing's ranked, because I also don't like iRacing's ranked. It's just designed to be... I mean, it's iRacing in general, so it's hard to really blame its ranked mode. It's more just iRacing being iRacing. Just don't race the free ones. What's the free ones? Also, when I set up my server, can I do ranked or no? Alright, so car setup. Let's see. Yeah, see, guys, I got nothing. No arrows to adjust anything. It's just locked at 540 degrees on here. Let me see something here. Hold on. Let me back out. Shut my wheel off. Let me turn off SimPro. And just see if something like this is overriding it. SimPro is turned off. The wheelbase is turned off. The problem is it changes with every car, Fogbound. Every car has a different ratio, so I'd have to change it. I found that 900 works pretty good for all cars. And as long as I leave the sensitivity up. So car setup. Yeah, still we're locked at 540. So let's put this back on. Back at 900. So we'll leave this open for now. Jump back in the game. I'm not going to focus on the race. I'm just going to click drive. Let's get the animation back up. For the sake of simpleness. See, right now, it's hard. You might guys not be able to see. We're 1-to-1. Yeah. So... where is it? That technically should make my... right now, my... let's do this. Let's set these all by default. So controls. Set this back to 50%. Where are we at? Alright, that's back at 50%. So we should... yeah, now we're under. Now in SimPro, I'll set it to 540 to match the car, and it should be 1-to-1. Yeah, it's 1-to-1 now. Like perfectly 1-to-1. Disable stream input. What's that? Steam overlay, Steam controller input. All right. It means I'll have to quit the game, though, for it to apply. All right, so Steam overlay. Where is it again for the go to controller. What setting am I clicking here? Get my face back on here. Right click on game in Steam list, then properties. All right. Controller. Disable Steam input. I assume that's to say what you want. Disable Steam input. Okay. Got it. Now, what is this going to provide me with by doing that? Appreciate the help, by the way, guys. Pretend I'm a rookie. Well, I am a rookie, but pretend that I'm an extra rookie. All right, so steering sensitivity 50%. Actually, no, let's skip the racing. We'll go to practice just for now to simplify this. So vet. Makes sense. The only thing I have currently plugged in is my mouse and keyboard besides the wheelbase itself, though. I have an Xbox controller, but it's not plugged in. All right, so car setup, 540 degrees. Still can't change it, but that's fine. Whatever. Drive, we should be 1-to-1. Yep, we're 1-to-1. Like, honestly, accurately 1-to-1. So this is the only thing, right? But this makes sense, though, because the setting is 1-to-1 in the game, and then it's set to 540, which is what the car is. Now let's do this. Change it to 4GT. And I believe this one's 800 by default. Car set up. Oh, this one's at 540 now. Was this not just at 800 before? Or was that the, that might have been the GT3. The Ferrari. Alright, so that's 1-to-1. Let's back out of this. GT3. Oh, no, I don't have this Ferrari. I forgot I gotta use the, DTM. Now, if this says 540, maybe the Steam disable whatever the hell has made it default to whatever the SimPro software is. Maybe? I don't know. I'm spitballing here. Hey, KKS Gaming, or Kai, welcome back. And I hope you had a good new year too, sir. Do you have RaceRoom, Kai? Because if so, never play iRacing ever again. Unless they start fixing things, of course. I'll never say never, I should say. But in its current state, there's just, in my opinion, there's no reason to play iRacing. Unless you're chasing becoming a real sim racer. Or a real race car driver, I mean. Alright, so this is at 800. So now, what we're going to see here is now I'm going to be turning the wheel a lot more than the animated wheel. Or it's the opposite. Now the car is turning a lot more than me. Interesting. This car just has a lot of understeer. Maybe it's because I can't put soft tires on it. Kai K, you're downloading RaceRoom. And, so, no, I still can't adjust the, ratio. So right now, I'm set to 540, and because this car is 800, it's not 1-to-1. Which it doesn't need to be 1-to-1. But the last thing I want is steering that's lazier. Like, right now, it's more aggressive. Is there a game calibration tool? I have no idea. You guys all know more about RaceRoom than me. Car settings, the slider below the 540 steering lock will adjust the amount. Kai, I would be one of those people that also say you're crazy. Alright, restart session. The slider under lock. That's force feedback multiplier. There's this, steering lock. You're allowed to be crazy, exactly. Oh, hold on, my bad. Can't see it. So, as you see, steering angle 800 degrees. It is unmovable. It is 800 degrees. Steering lock. Doesn't change anything like that. That does not change anything. Neither direction changed anything. Ignore the wheel animation? Alright. This doesn't feel any different, guys. I just went minimum to maximum and it didn't change the feel at all. No, I set it to minimum, guys. I had it set to max. Watch, it's on minimum right now. I was just on max. Now I'm going to set it to max. God damn it. Let's try that. I intentionally set it to maximum, then minimum. And it didn't feel any different. Actually, it does feel different now. Yeah, that's actually way too much. Interesting. I'll be honest with you, though. If I do this, restart session. Yeah, I will say that the Evo platform, even though it's Alpha Evo, is a completely different... I wouldn't even call it Simagic. So pretend it's like a completely different brand in terms of its compatibility compared to Alpha. I mean, hell, the Alpha is... so I'm going to reset this to 18, and I'm going to turn off the wheel, and I'm just going to drive the car. I mean, honestly, this is how like I'd want the car to drive anyway. For Macau, I would probably set that degree to max. Because it's with the incorrect, I'd have to set it to 800 degrees in SimPro and then max it out on the lock to get this kind of feeling right now. It would just be so simplified by just having it set with a degree, and that's the end of it. Not have two settings to adjust it, just have one. But it is what it is. You bastard. So... do this. Let's do what I originally wanted to do. Single event. Come on. Switch over to the Z, the Walt. All right, I believe we're on 500 now on SimPro. Or sorry, 540. Let's see how that feels. I will be right back, though. I also have a G923 here I could try too. See if the Logitech works with it. But I'll do that off stream. Alright, so let's actually do a race here. So this should be 1-to-1. Oh, I gotta turn the line. I gotta turn the line off. I don't want you on. I know Captain Crunch said he was going to make me a setup for this car, because this car's got some pretty aggressive understeer. But it would be appreciated if someone could do that for me. Because I don't feel like it. I'm too lazy. But I do like this car. It just does not have front end grip. Just finished it. Want to put it in the Discord? Or I don't even know how it works. Is it a file or is it just a screenshot? Let me see how the other car, the Ford GT is. Because I remember that car having it the worst. Nope, nope, nope. Go back, go back, go back. It's a toss-up which car I like better, honestly. I really don't know. Appreciate that, Captain Crunch. Thank you. For anybody who wants to get in on this tonight, by the way, RaceRoom open lobbies, 11 p.m. So in about 9.5 hours, Join my Discord. All right. Also, I've only found a couple cars that you can change it to. I'm shocked this game locks all the GT cars, the GT3 stuff, to hard tires. God, this car sounds so good. Wow. There is a certain note that the engine and exhaust makes in this car that is so accurate. It's like a lower RPM mid-load throttle. That is a Ford GT to a T. That right there, that womp sound. That is a sound that only a Ford can make. This car definitely is better to drive than the C6. Which probably makes it my favorite of the two because of that. But they both sound awesome. Do you guys hear the sound I'm talking about? That wow sound? It is very, very specific to a Ford. A mod motor Ford. You want to do the GT1 Ford GT too while you're at it? Although I think it drives pretty good out of the box, but it also understeers just not nearly as much. Oh, that sound. Wham. That's just reading chat, punting the AI. Very nice, Fogbound, very nice. My personal favorite vet of all time will always be the C6 Z06, though. Even more than the ZR1. But I'm an NA guy. I will always be an NA guy. Nowadays, though, NA is just a dead... Everything's turbo supercharged out of the box. Everything makes an insane amount of horsepower. Yep. Even with the valve replacement, because I would be building a whole motor for it. I would not have a stock C6Z. Also, I have a lot of experience with them too, and that issue isn't nearly as common. It's just more common than the other ones, so it gets naturally... Squeaky wheel gets the grease. The people it happens to are a lot louder than the people it doesn't happen to. That's life in general. With that being said, at the very least, I would have a head cam set up on a C6Z to rectify the problem. Yes, sir. That's the one, the Ford GT1, not the GT3. The one I'm in right now. I'm on Zolder right now, yeah. I mean, does it go per track, the setups? I would say, number one way I like my cars set up is the Nordschleife. I want my cars to be able to go down the Nordschleife, because that's my favorite track. But usually where these cars are problematic with their understeer is high-speed sweeping turns. And the Nordschleife doesn't have a whole lot of those. It's mostly gas, brake, gas, brake. Like this right here. If I had stayed in that throttle, I would have pushed right off the track. And my last street car that I had was my Boss 302. It was fantastic when it was a stock motor NA car that revved, you know, 8,500 RPM. And then I put a blower on it and hated it. It turned into a piece of shit. Come on. All right, let's see. Silhouette Concepts. Oh, this car sounds good. This can hard. Super Touring. I haven't driven the Super Touring yet, so let's give a Super Touring a shot. Nordschleife is just how I judge everything. Yeah, unfortunately, PMR is... I know the devs needed a break. I get it. But at the same time, I'm not going to pretend I know what's going on in the studio. I feel like, you know, everybody is entitled to their time and their vacation. But in the current state of their game, I feel like they made the wrong move to put vacation first. I know maybe they'll come back and they'll crush it, you know, and they truly needed the R&R. But if they come back and they're not doing anything differently than they were before, I feel like it was sort of a ball drop to not work on the game in this time. What wheel or wheelbase? I got a Sparco wheel on it, but it's Simagic Alpha EVO Pro wheelbase. Do I need web HUD to show the tire temps? Possibly. I don't know. That's one thing I haven't noticed is tire temps. Like, yeah, that's the biggest reason I'm not playing PMR right now is everybody's asking me, oh, are you all done with PMR? I'm like, well, if nobody's playing it, there's no point to play it. You know? That's the reality of that situation. $405, huh? So does this game by default not give you any way of monitoring tire temps? What would show me tire temps? Also, what does the in-game overlays do? All three of these settings don't change anything on my screen. This gets turned off immediately. See? Data display style. Full or mini. As soon as I go back, there's nothing there. Oh, wait, hold on. That just changed. Hold on, hold on. Mini worked. Alright, so we have I have tires off, so it's not going to matter anyway. Alright, so let's see. So mini worked. But it still says off. Why does it do that? I don't. That's weird. Full data display, I think is... Alright, so it gives me that guy. Got it. And then... That is so strange. Some of their settings menu is a bit inconsistent in how it works. So we're going to put mini on because I like mini. Because there's no point to have two of the exact same dashes. Mini data display. Can I set a toggle for the bar? I don't mind the mini, but the bar I don't like. To move in, it's for me it's M, but that doesn't change the bar itself. The bar itself, the white bar, which tells me my positioning and stuff, for some reason it's the way it's designed, it makes me think I'm in like I'm not in full screen, or I'm in like I don't know, it's just weird. Yeah, I am. Where are these guys from, KW Studios? Where are they out of? What country? Also, sidebar. What's everybody's patience level right now with PMR? I'm just curious what the public sentiment is. Because I'm still in the Discord, but I noticed just to kind of like monitor the, you know, where people are at. And I seem like, it seems like a lot of the diehards of the game are slowly giving up on it. I haven't played PMR since whenever I last streamed it, which I don't even know when that was. I'd have to go back and look. Admittedly, I don't play much off stream because I spend so much time on stream. Usually if I'm playing something off stream, it's to test something. It's basically so I don't burn myself out. Because if I played this off stream while also on stream, it would just take away from the stream itself as well. Oh, whoa! She didn't like hitting the brakes right there, that's for sure. I'm on hold with PMR. It's not fun right now. I agree. It sucks. The biggest thing that sucks is like I mentioned earlier, but I'll say it again. My buddy and I, him and his girl sim race, and they have one PC and they have two PS5s. And if they want to play with me, not just one of them, they can either play anything on one PC and only one of them gets to play, or we can all play PMR because it's crossplay. You know, crossplay has a big, whether people think it's a big deal or not, crossplay is huge because there are so many people that are stuck on a console that want to play, that especially now can't afford to build a PC. Just RAM prices alone are insane. But PMR, we're like, the only thing we can play right now is PMR together. Because you can't play Gran Turismo. I'm on PC. I mean, I can play on my PS5, but I'm kind of all set. You know? PMR still has an opportunity. They've squandered mostly all of it, but they still have an opportunity here to come back. It will all come back for another go at the game once the first DLC is out. Maybe, but well, I mean, they probably will. I know I probably will. But at the same time, the problem with I don't even think it's a content problem. I think there's plenty of content. It's just that what's there doesn't work. It works, I'd say, 50% of the time. And between the graphical bugs, like, I can get used to the graphical bugs, but then when I step out of it into another sim and then back into it, I'm like, oh my god, it's like jarring all over again. You know? Yeah, it's hard to say if they're going to take advantage of it or not. I don't think so either. I hope they do. Because the game has the potential to do everything. I mean, shit, if they... Bottom line is this. If it did everything they said it would do at launch, it would be the only game anybody's playing right now. But it doesn't, so... Jesus, I feel like I am way faster than these guys. It is, the AI makes it very challenging to not hit them because of how on-off throttle they are in these short turns. Like, if, not for nothing, but if AMS2 was crossplay, PMR doesn't need to exist. Right now, AMS2 does literally everything better than PMR, except it doesn't have crossplay. And that's the opportunity that they have. But I feel like crossplay is actually slowing them down right now. And with these cars driving like this, and then the way they drive in PMR, it's like a big joke. Oh my god, why'd you hit the brakes? We'll see, though. I do think it was a mistake to put everybody on vacation. I really do. I understand everybody's entitled to it. But the current state of the game, it's peak game time. Is vacation. From Christmas break to New Year's is a massive amount of hours people put into video games. And the problem might be the engine, but at the same time, the devs should be talented enough. So if you ask me, it's a skill issue. Perfectly timed example. These cars do something very weird. Like, it acts like it has some form of stability. There's no stability control on in this thing right now. But when you start to slide, I all of a sudden I lose everything. I cannot control anything. It's very weird. But it seems like it's specific to these hypercars. And believe it or not, I like the hypercars in iRacing when the tires are warm. Getting the tires warm is the problem. But I actually think that's some of the best hypercar racing is in iRacing. It's just the tires suck. It's really good in this, too. I guess I can't say iRacing sliding is better, because once you slide in iRacing, you are 100% crashing. Let me just turn off TC for the sake of just seeing if that has anything to do with it. Let me force a slide. Alright, so it's definitely TC that's the problem, so maybe TC is too aggressive. Let's try TC3. It's weird, even though I know TC is designed to help me, it's like once you start to slide, it's now hurting you because you can't control the car. Mind you, I don't know how much I can control the car. Kai, I'm going to be hosting some RaceRoom if you want to join that. I already have a server made, which I'm actually going to show here in a second. When... Farm Sim is a train wreck for the same reason. Does anybody know why they went from the Madness engine, which is like a solid in my opinion, to, I mean, not for nothing, AMS2 visually versus its frame rate, I think is the most efficient game on the market right now. Way more efficient than iRacing, because I actually get slowdown randomly in iRacing that doesn't even make any sense because it's using all old technologies. So it'll randomly just throttle everything and max out your CPU when your GPU goes almost idle, and it's randomized. That's what I want to show. So let me get my laptop quick. Yeah, I guess that's possible. It's just weird because it makes UE5 look easy and efficient, you know? As much as Rensport is incomplete in terms of it just doesn't have enough content, that game runs 10 times better than PMR. All right, so I do have to figure out the track rotation. All right, hold on, let's see. Stay in practice session if empty. Fixed. Hey, checkered. Captain Crunch. Fix setup. Off. Save. There you go. You're welcome. All right. So. See, like right now, I have a track rotation set up. But it doesn't, unless me clicking finish, leave. I'm just going to host this server and show you what I mean. So, I'm going to do a 1-lap sprint for the Nordschleife for now, just to prove the point. Because right now I have Nordschleife 1 lap, Watkins Glen 5 laps, Daytona Road Course 5 laps, Zolder 5 laps, Laguna Seca 5 laps. That's my 5-track rotation I have as my current server, and obviously I can change all of that as we go if we decide, we want to change things up. So, turn on server. All right, server's up. So let's go back into RaceRoom. Community servers. Now, by the way, if you guys have access to your computers right now and you want to, favorite this server. That way it'll always be at the top. So let's see here. Refresh server list. Oh, empty. I gotta put empty up there because it's empty. Right here. EJR Racing Open Lobby. It's got my logo. Ranked, no. Which, should we do ranked? Should I make it ranked? Which I don't even know how to set. How do you even set the ranking? That's the thing. Also don't know what live update means. Let me see what live update does. Turn off server. Oh, you know what? Maybe, do I have to manually force the next session? Live update. What do you do? I don't know what that is. Screw it. Let's just jump in. Now I can add whatever cars. I just have this stuff out here. I don't even have any of these. Let's take the GT3 4GT for a rip. Mountoon. I recognize you. Alright. And I did I had the two people that were in my lobby last night were overseas from me. And they had fairly decent ping. Because I don't know if you guys notice. There's no cables coming out of my laptop. Meaning I'm using Wi-Fi to host the server. But I have really good Wi-Fi. I have a really good router. So... Yep, I'll check that out in a bit, Captain. Thank you. So, does setting a required rating... I don't know how the ranking in this game works at all. So, we're stuck on hards. Still no front downforce. Let's max out the rear since we're on the Nord's Life. No, I don't have fiber because we don't have fiber in my area. I used to have fiber when I lived in somewhere else. But, I have the highest plan Spectrum offers. And honestly, I have no issues. And I also, by the way, I checked my, the server is like, not even a meg up. It's not even a half a meg. So while I'm streaming, I am running the server, there were no issues. One thing I gotta do with this car, I gotta change the height. Like I gotta be taller. I don't know what the factory key binding is. And it's just this one. The GT1's fine. Ah, toggle position bar 8. Got it. Good to know. I'm in the US, yeah. But on my Wi-Fi, so put it this way, this is what I mean about my Wi-Fi being good. My plan that I pay for, again, I don't have fiber, is 1,000 over 35. Upload speeds are obviously where non-fiber suffers. If I use my cell phone and I do a speed test through my router, I get 1,200 over 40. So I'm actually getting more than I technically pay for through my Wi-Fi on my cell phone. Good routers are life. Never use a provided router. They're dog shit. So actually, while I'm here, I have 3 people in the server right now. I have 3 milliseconds of ping. Oh, Captain Crunch, you're in here. I see that, I think. You're at 44 milliseconds. And I don't know how to say the other guy's name. Johnny Ua. He's got 128 ping, so he's probably out of country or West Coast. Yeah, that's what I got. You're in a good spot there. Asus, any modern Asus router or equivalent, they crush it. Actually, now that I think about it, mine's 6E. I don't have a 7. I have Wi-Fi 6E because I got mine right before Wi-Fi 7 came out, or it was mainstreamed, I should say. But it's still I get more than like 6E covers more than I pay for anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Oh, someone's got their C7 out. Peter. Captain Crunch. This guy in this Bentley's aggressive. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you pass. Go on. Oh, that too. Hey, just go on by. Just go on by. Go on by. All right, or don't. There's no damage on, so damage doesn't do anything. This car needs some work, too. funny. I've been rear-ended twice. And it gives me just as many incident points as the guy that hits you. Yeah, this car does not turn well. The other GT3 cars, I could full lock right there. Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys go. Just go. Just go. Just go by me. Hey, I think the GT1 car handles much better than this. More understeer. A lot of understeer in this car. God, so much understeer. This thing pushes the nose hard. Yeah, but so do the other GT3 cars. They handle a lot better than this car. Like that 296 Ferrari would destroy this thing. God, it's just not turning. Look at it, just not turning. Jesus. I'm gonna add all the DTMs and stuff to my list as well. Oh shit! Look at that, it just pushes off. Holy shit. It's like there's just no front tire grip whatsoever. You know, let me turn TC down and try and get it to oversteer a little. And that's what I get. That's what I get for overtaking. All right, let's see what this thing does out on the big end, because if it doesn't go faster than the 296, I just don't ever see a reason. Oh, it's already going faster. So. So 170 is where it parks itself. I'll have to see what the 296 does in the straight. All right, so I'm too old for this shit. Nice. Let me see now, because if I click finish, it's going to bounce me out. Alright, so let me click proceed to next session, see what happens. Nothing. Yeah, it says no users active in the server. So when I click finish, it's menu, see? So that's the issue I'm trying to figure out right now. It's just doing one race and then stopping by default. Alright, turn off server. Does anybody know how to resolve my issue here? Alright, I just added more cars. Options. But I'm trying to figure out... because there's 3 allowable races per rotation. For a track, I guess. But I have 2 of them off. Alright, for the sake of experimenting, I'm going to do short races. What's going on? Yeah, no, I'm experimenting here with the servers. I'm trying to make it so it doesn't do... because I have a rotation of races here, and for some reason, once the finish of the first race is done, everybody gets booted from the lobby and it's over. So I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. All right. All right, I'm going to do one more experiment here. It's going to be a super short one. 3-minute practice. This time I have all 3 races, 1 lap. See what I just want to see if it progresses it or it doesn't do anything. Google AI. All right. Server's on. Maybe. Okay, server's up. Community server. All right, there's the lobby again. I added a bunch of cars. Because I want to use my Ferrari. Emil Frey. Yeah, that Captain Crunch, that Ford GT needs some front end love as well. That car oversteers just as much as the Vet, if not more. Holy moly. Like basic sweeping turns that I know I can do in just about every car, it would not do. All right, so car setup. Oh, do we know which engine map is the best in this? Oh, okay, so it tells you right there. Never mind. Ignore me. So far, though, this is my go-to GT3 car. It has been in a lot of sims. This car is just good in everything. Oh, I know why. I know why. You gotta have it actually turned on in the menu for it to toggle it. Position bar. There we go. Look at that. We're figuring shit out, boys. That's pointless anyway. It's 6 seconds left. But yeah, like I said, anybody want to favorite this server, we will be racing tonight. Alright. Continue. So these are all going to be pointlessly stupid. They're 1 lap each. But I'm trying to just figure things out here. That Bentley's got some horsepower, doesn't she? Sounds good, Steve. All good. Rubbin's racing. I can't get back on the track though. All right. So, continue. Proceeding to next session. Drive. This is gonna be stupid and tedious, but this is just experimenting. All right, continue. All right. All right. Now let's see what happens. Yeah, so it just does not go to the next, I don't understand. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Because if you look, get this out of the way. That is my 5-track rotation right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's only doing the top line. And I don't know why. Turn off server. I have no idea how to fix this. Yeah, a couple months ago, Steve. And thank you, Captain Crunch. I'm not quite sure why it's not jumping to the next. Because I don't want to do 3 races in a row of the exact same race. Yeah, that's already on. Stay in practice session if empty is on. I also have allow players to join in qualifying, even though there's no qualifying. What is checkered aftertime? Turn that off. Let's see what happens. going to see if checkered after time makes it stop. You guys don't have to join. It's pointless. It's a 1 minute. It's a 1 lap, 1 race thing. All right, community. See, because another thing too is it doesn't show like the timer countdown. All right, let me see if I just force it to the next session. Yes. Continue. All right. Ask Rado server. Multitasking here, don't mind me. All right. I'm letting the timer count down. I'm not clicking finish. I just want to see what happens. Yep, it boots me. It's going to be annoying if I have to have everybody rejoin the lobby every single race. So it's not checkered after time. I haven't been playing iRacing, unfortunately, Kai. I haven't played it since we played, believe it or not. I mean, I jumped in it today to demonstrate, but it's just, it's on the weaker side for me right now. Let me see if I can Google it. Of course, rotation comes up with steering. I hate AI. How to make RaceRoom lobby track rotation. Only thing I'm getting back is wheel rotation. Maybe you turn off practice. Let's do that. Let's turn off practice for the other lobbies or the other races. I don't think that's going to be the solution, but maybe. So right now we have a 1 minute practice followed by a 1 minute race. Or 1 lap race, sorry. Save this lobby. Turn on server. All right, skip practice. Proceed to next session. All right. Nope. I don't know. I don't get it. Appreciate it, John. Thanks for being here. Non-ready pit lane start delay. I'm going to have to ask around. I'm out of options at the very moment. All right, so all right, so it's 3 o'clock. That's going to wrap it for today. I'll be back at 11 o'clock tonight, Eastern Standard Time. 11 p.m. Happy New Year, U.S. Connection. So yeah, we'll be back tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing some RaceRoom open lobbies. I just got to figure out how to rotate the track, or else you're going to have to ready up every single time, and that's going to get a little aggravating. You know, it's not too big a deal, but you know, it is what it is. I'll figure it out. But guys, if you want to be on tonight, join us. Let's have some fun. All right, folks. Thank you for being here. Like and subscribe. And, you know, I'll see you at 11. Peace out, boys. Thank you.